It is time. It is time. We're coming up on a new record for not compiling. Okay. Alrighty. So I've got the guy looking at me. Not actually looking at me. Just being aware that he's seen me. I see player in the direction, and then there's the data. So the idea is that data just kind of sits there and it waits to be processed. And yeah, I think for now it's just going to be a response that says the vision you saw this node is going to be ordered to. Should there be a timestamp? There probably should be a timestamp. No, I don't think so. I think because it's a queue, it's not really timestamped yet. The order isn't the order that it happened in, but the queue is more going to be actual time. So, or once it's processed from the queue, then it gets an actual time. So, I've got that. Yeah, I think honestly I probably need to like really plot something out here. Retags has player location. So I was thinking of doing something like that. No more slides, go away. So this video was kind of useful, maybe. I get a few bits out of it. But this is most fit. In fact, I'll go ahead and start by finishing this one. Oh, and this one's panned hard left. I forgot. I gotta fix that. And I have to turn it up because it's really, really quiet. So, I think I set it at 3.
As the diagram suggests, there's two general parts of this problem. The character definition, which is about what are the static properties of the character. First of all, things like model.
Okay, I think I got it about center.
What animation graph do they use? And we also have behavior parameters. So, like, what are the set of floats that control my, all my flee thresholds and my
so quiet.
Fights, my combat ranges, and how I use certain vehicles, and so on and so forth. And this is static control because it's basically a static definition.
Honestly, I think I just need to like turn it all the way up.
And it should.
To
hopefully, that definition will cover every
one.
problem we're going to come across. And then there's level scripting or dynamic control. So again, like how are things going to change over the course of the level? You'll note, of course, that the first part deals primarily with the problem of variety. So again, variety is the fact that we're going to have a bunch of different types of characters. So we express those different types.
Yeah,
of
it's got a bit, just a little bit.
And the other part deals specifically with variation. Again, how behavior changes over time. So, looking at the way that we deal with variety, in Halo 2 we have a certain number of character types. I think 16 different character types, and those are.
Okay, here's one thing I'm going to go and say right away. I think I may need to consider like properly pulling this out. The motion controller shouldn't be part of Zombie. Okay, well it's not, but it shouldn't be part of Zombie like this. Character base. Character base might make more sense to have none of the controller stuff. And instead what it is, I guess it can be character body. No, I think not. Okay, so here's part of the inheritance issue. If I open the scene for the zombie, the base of it has to be a character body 3D. At the end of the day, it has to be some sort of physics thing. Because it needs physics, so it has to be physics. The reason for that is the only solution to inheritance that Godot really offers is just having, like, var, let me just, I don't know, component. Right? You just have this. So what you'd say is maybe this component is the mind. In fact, it's really close to how I have it right now. So the zombie is not like some thinking thing. It has it has a mind state property. Same thing for animation, in fact. Animation is a property of it. In fact, how does animation? Well, I guess the animation is it's a child, right? So this might be how I should really think about doing it. This is going to be the character body, but then the actual class that is controlling it is not a character body, if that makes sense. So character base might contain a property which character body can still, character base can still extend character body, because it kind of, I think it needs to for this stuff to work, for the collider to work, because we're physically moving this thing. We're not moving, right, we're physically moving the thing. But it would have, zombie would have, this wouldn't be called character base anymore, this would be called, or I guess it could be called character base. And character base can, like I said, just have these things. Character base can have an animation state machine, locomotion, mind state. It might have a controller, which then all of this code in here, and some of the code from here goes into that. Namely, update movement, update rotation would be part of a character motion controller, and then maybe all the animation stuff is part of a character animation property, which acts on the owner, the parent of it. And I mean, that's kind of how it goes, right? Animation player acts on the skeleton. Or I guess it goes to the root node. What does it do exactly? Now that I'm thinking about it, I don't really know how it gets down into the skeleton, but I guess it just sees, it goes to the root node and then looks for a skeleton underneath the root node, and then it modifies that skeleton, right? That's probably how I should be doing it. They could even be actual nodes, which I don't really know about actual nodes. Maybe they could be nodes like this. So the nav agent is a node that also contains code. Probably the nav agent actually goes into, actually where is it? Oh, it's right there. Honestly, the character motion controller might want to extend nav agent as well. Or maybe not. Maybe nav agent just left as a separate thing. Things to think about. Alright, back to this one. I'm probably going to do that. I probably really need to do that, because otherwise I'm throwing all the code into zombie all the time. And as soon as I get to a point where I'm like, alright, let's do the tracking zombie, the question is, what do I do? Right? I would have to extend zombie, which I guess makes sense on its own. But then I have to start overriding a bunch of functions. That's not ideal. I have to set up... I would be forced to set up the scene to look exactly the same as zombie does, which is not ideal. Ideally, it would just be like... Even for the ragdoll part. Ideally, it would just be... hey, ragdoll, here's your bone simulation. Ragdoll that. Or here's your bone simulation, here's your animation state, all of that, and it just does the things to the bones. And this would technically just be a static method, really. This should be a static method. some of this part maybe would just come out of it. So whenever we're going to ragdoll, we just have to turn off the collider. Maybe it can do that on its own. No, that wouldn't would not really make sense.
High level, these are elites, they're grunts, marines.
Because it really just stems from the fact that inheritance in Godot is very linear. A is a B is a C is a D. There's no multiple inheritance. It's a straight line all the way down.
Hunters, the big guys with the shields, and so on and so forth. And then for each one of those character types, you can have what we call variants. So you're not just an elite, you'll be a gold elite, a red elite, an honor guard elite, jetpack elite, so on and so forth. And each variant is a different kind of character and gets its own character definition.
Halo 2 had jetpack elites?
Here's the problem. If we have
Halo 2 had jetpack elites? Oh, they did. Well, this was like one guy, though. This was like literally like one part of the... There's like 3 of these in the game, right? Yeah, there's only like 3 of them in the game. And they're all out here. Anti-gravity pack. I honestly, I forgot about those. And heretics. Dude, I think I just need to play Halo 2 again. I forgot what that game is.
64 variants, which we actually do. About 80 behaviors per variant, and about 3 parameters to control the behavior correctly per behavior. We have up to 15,000 different floating point numbers that we need to author and maintain, which is a pretty untenable situation. Luckily, we have a way to deal with this, and that is that character files are not just flat lists of parameters, they're actually divided into blocks. So I'll have a vitality block, which says how much life I have, how much shield I have, perception block, search block, weapon usage block for each type.
Yes, this is what I was saying. He's talking about like a character file. I'm talking just about the layout of this itself. First of all, zombie approaching 800 lines, more approaching 1,000 lines, is not good. You gotta be doing something very specific and very advanced. And I don't even think like a full character script. Not this. One very specific thing, and it's very advanced. Maybe you can hit 1,000 lines in a file. I don't think so. For the zombie, at least. This can already be like 3 different files, first of all. It can be a whole file. It can be a whole file just for this, which I kind of am doing. But there's going to be a whole behavior thing, which will be separate. There should probably be a whole different file for this. Managing animation for the zombie. And then all of this should probably also be a resource. Which life resource kind of is, but not really. All of this movement stuff. All this should be in a different file. This should definitely be a different file. I mean, you have to pull it in. Or maybe not. Maybe this is where just a node sitting in here doing some stuff would actually make sense. That node will access all of these. In fact, now that I'm looking at it, body hurtbox is like exactly telling me what the node should be. This script should be on here, right? Because all it would do is it just goes through, it finds all the bone attachment 3Ds, and it says, oh, well, there's a hitbox. And then probably ideally, I select this, I click inspector, and it shows me, all right, how much damage are we taking for each of these parts? And I can plug those in. Or just bone attachment becomes an extension, and then that is where I plug in the value of, you know, the head is going to take 4x damage or something. 4x incoming damage.
Different kind of weapon. In a character file, each of those blocks can be instantiated or not. And we're going to put them in a hierarchy.
That as well.
They can be null. Only instantiate significant variations from its parent. And at the root of the tree, we have something called the generic character, which gives reasonable values for all the parameters that we could possibly want. And so what we get is a character tree. And again, the nice thing about that is that when I come to decide, hey, I know I want to create an aggressive jetpack elite, which is going to differ from the jetpack elite in the following ways. When I come to tuning that character, I can just focus on what makes that character particularly special with relative to its parent. So that's a pretty useful thing, and we have quite a fleshed out character hierarchy in Halo 2. This is, of course, another example of design principle 4 in action, variation from a stable base. The other thing that characters reference are these things that we call styles, and styles are cool, as it said, because they're basically a behavior mask. What you see is one of the sort of a screenshot from one of our tools. And what we basically have is a long, flat list of all the behaviors that we could possibly be interested in. And what that lets us do is basically expose to the designer when certain impulses or behaviors are available to particular characters. So maybe I have a grunt that should not flee under any circumstances for some reason. It's a zealot grunt, which instead always charges the player in this suicidal way. Well, that's very easy to set up because we can just go through that behavior list and say, hey, you can't retreat, you can't self-preserve, you can't do anything. And hopefully that'll just all work. The other thing that styles do is they are able to bias control parameters. And I'm not going to talk about how that works because that's I'm already almost out of time. But there is a way basically so that we can indicate basically I want to use a more aggressive parameter.
Almost out of time. 15 more minutes.
So on. And the other important thing is that styles are superposable. So I should be able to combine styles in various ways. And I'll explain why that is important in a minute. Note again that this is another reason why impulses are a really great thing. Because by separating out different triggers, even though they're referencing the same behavior, if I separate out into multiple impulses, then I'm actually exposing that to the designer to decide whether or not it should be including a particular character. So I think that's all cool. In terms of dynamic control, so now we're talking about, well, okay, how do we actually go about scripting at a high level behavior? In Halo 1, we did it through these things called encounters. Encounters were groups of actors combined with a group of areas that those actors could occupy. And when fighting was done in one area, they were moved to another encounter. One of the problems was that moving actors from one encounter to the next was sort of architecturally discouraged. It was kind of difficult to round up your actors and make sure they all got through to the next encounter. So in Halo 2, we organized it a little bit differently. We said that actors are collected in groups called squads. We have zones, which are groups of areas. And we have something else called an order, which is sort of a mapping between the two.
I don't think the rest of this is really relevant to me. I guess I can just skip past it.
And so they never have to actually touch a text processor. So in summary, this is sort of the various control structures that the designers have at their disposition. The actor has a behavior tree in his brain. He's a member of a squad. The squad is assigned an order, and the order references both a set of areas and a style. At the same time, the character also references a character definition, which also feeds behavior parameters into the tree and also provides a style. So again, you'll see the two styles on the right there, and that's exactly why you need the styles to be superposable, because in fact you're going to be combining them from different sources. In fact, if I'm sitting in a vehicle, the vehicle is also going to have a style for that particular seat, because in certain situations I don't want a tank to behave the same way as something else. Or I don't want to drive the tank the same way I might drive a warthog. I don't want to stray from my target, say, or what have you. So that's cool, and I think it's cool, in fact, enough to call it Design Principle 5, which is just work with your representations, and even more importantly, make sure your representations work well together. The thing I like about all of this is that all of the structures that we're looking at here, they all feed back into the behavior tree, ultimately. And the nice thing is that they also feed back in principled ways. There's very little that's ad hoc in this system. So I'm at the very end. I have quick recap. These are the design principles. The idea of binary relevancy is something that's much simpler to get, very specific.
Most simpler to get.
Implemented.
What is this? Designing utility AI with curvature. Alright. That refactor, though, can come later. I think I just undo this. There we go. Alright, so I have him saving that thing to the queue, right? So we have our sensory events. So mind new goes into here. We take our senses, and then we say process. It's probably going to be process the sensory cue first. And then, okay, here's the thing. These two kind of need to work together. Once I process the sensory cue, then I need to somehow go into some kind of decision logic thing where I decide what to do. Based on whatever the sensory cue has done. So should mind state just be like the mind and not the mind state? Because the mind has settings. It'll have its cue. I think it should be that. I probably need to just pull off. Okay. The reason I did like this was so I could split up the logic from... Essentially, I'm treating it kind of like it's a header file, almost. But there's a bunch of logic here. Right. So I probably should make mind state be the mind itself. Which I think I can share names because it's not actually a big deal if I share names. As long as I don't reference both of them at the same time when the game is running. That should be good. So I'm just going to go ahead and do that. Because yeah, I go in here and I call tick, right? So it's kind of... Yeah. Okay. Archers will do. I'm going to cut this. And then I'm just going to paste it in here. Get rid of that part. Get rid of that part. And then state is just myself, so it'll just be settings. Update will be self. This part, that part's fine actually. I think this is fine. This should be fine. So this will be process sensory queue. This will be update decisions. So once we decide what we're going to do, then we process current decisions. Here's the thing. Here's one of the things about this. There's a part of looking and there's a part of acting, right? Everything in here is basically gonna have a head that can turn. It's also gonna have a body it can turn. I guess in theory, I think in Halo that's as far as they split it actually. The body turns, the weapon points in the same direction the body points. They're not different. But the head can kind of look wherever it wants to look, generally. Usually it's going to face the same way that the gun is pointing, but it can turn off from that. There is an idea that I may want to run two things at once. I think he's even mentioned it where it's like, go ahead and dodge, or what is it like? Run for cover, but continue doing what you are already doing. So one of those might be firing your gun, keep firing your gun at your target, but also take cover. How can I do that? How can I make it so I could play essentially it might just be as well that it's not processing the current decision, but I build up, they say impulses, right? So maybe the impulse is something that is going to run alongside or can be set to run alongside a current, or I guess the next one. So when I'm going down the list, deciding what to do, I reach an impulse and it says, all right, I want to do this, but also continue. So it says, all right, we're going to save that. We're going to run this one. And then we're also going to look for we're going to keep looking for one to like be the main one that's running. That's probably what the intention is, right? And that's a switch on the decision. So update decisions and then I guess execute. I'm calling them goals, so execute goals. So it'd be like update active goals, so select the goal. And then execute goals. And then that should be it. Process sensory queue will include This will be the tagging. This will be, I think, things like emotions. So there might be a section in there that is just checking for the health. And then it says, all right, if our health is low, do something to another thing. Or maybe not even that. Like maybe a sense comes in that says I've received damage. Receiving damage could be a sense. That makes total sense. Receiving damage is a sense, and then it says if I receive a lot of damage very quickly, activate panic mode or something. I'm thinking about it in terms of like Halo's AI, but that's, you know, that's an idea. Brutes definitely have like a rage thing where as soon as their health reaches a certain point, they just go berserk. They throw down their weapons and they just start running at you to smack you. So maybe for the thinking zombie, maybe that happens. When his health gets low enough, it just says, it just goes feral. Okay. And I'm going to change the name of this to... Oh, that actually might be part of the problem. Is that I can't reference it because it has that name. I think I might just be able to say behavior mind old. And just leave it at that. So that at least here, when I say behavior mind, it's like, oh yeah, I know which one you're talking about. Alright, does he still run? Does he still notice me? He has noticed me. Alright. Did I leave anything, like, unsent? Do you think the textures... Oh, right. And then I'm deleting mind. And then this is being renamed to just mind. Oh, I did leave things unfinished. Okay. That's fine, though. Because, yeah, the original mind state was really, really empty. You know, I really like when the files stay together. So, for now, I'm just going to rename it back to mind state. But, of course, the contents will have been changed. So mine just gets deleted. Mind state has these modifications. Yeah, I need to go and send this one. This is a non-trivial thing. Yeah, I think I'm adding all of that. Apparently I've also added memory. Fine, that's okay. Mine is deleted. That name is changed. And then I need to add the renames. Right. I'll send that separately. Those are all deleted. That just gets moved in there. Oh, almost forgot. I've left the browser at crazy audio settings. That needs to be fixed. Alright, cool. Rename behavior mind state. Initial memory files. Moved. All right. And then now I just have to rename this file. Oops. Yep, just pure renames. Cool. Rename mind state. Just mine. And then I'm going to go and add the texture imports. Change terrain texture imports to make terrain textures use higher impression. Right there it all is. Oh man. Okay. Then I guess I have to send these. Just want to make sure that it's like actually 100% totally sure about those files. All right. I'm serious. I distinctly remember modifying the terrain data, and then I hit save. I closed Godot. I opened Godot. I hit save again, and then I committed. And then it's like, oh, we gotta change it again. It just does it constantly. I don't know how to convince it to like do its saves properly. Okay. Alright, so the process is going to be something. Essentially, it's going to be a thing that's going to go through. It's going to be capable of handling every sense. And perhaps at some point in the future, it may need to have settings. So there might, thinking about taking damage, there might be a setting that's like, how responsive are you to taking damage? I guess that's even it. You know, how responsive are you to things that you see? Right. And I'm always I'm immediately thinking of like how can I make it as generic and abstract as possible so I can do anything. And that's not the way I should be going. I should be going, what do I know it needs to do? Maybe that's just a good starting point. What do I know it needs to do? I know that it needs to be able to see and categorize the player. It's going to need to be able to hear weapons, vehicles, and movement, explosions, and categorize those. So I'm thinking just kind of in the terms of categories, which is where this memory tags stuff is going to come in. It's going to say, I heard a gun, I heard a vehicle, I saw a vehicle, I heard footsteps, they sounded like they were running, they sounded like they were walking. They're very quiet. I heard an explosion. It was a vehicle. Actually, honestly, I don't even know if the explosion can really be categorized. I just heard an explosion, and this is how loud it was. Sea explosions, things like that too. Sea vehicles, sea weapons. See and categorize. I guess more like be able to categorize. Let me do this in a different. Let me do this here. This is getting a little bit annoying. Do I have? What if proton scatter in here? Just delete that. Ruler. What is view.html? All right. I guess I'll do it in Scratch. You know what? Let me do it here on the Google Doc. Behavior system, do I need to rewrite this? I probably need to rewrite this. I think it's already been written. I already wrote it. Already kind of wrote it. So I'm more thinking about, I guess this is well, this is processing, right? So memory, for now, memory is just, it's actually not even memory yet. It's, I should really say that memory is something that is stored when you save the game. This is not memory, this is a sensory cue, which is supposed to just be like the now. What has happened now? And then that can be processed into memory that will be saved. What's the issue with this? Hides a global script class. I don't know why it thinks that. A global script class? No, it doesn't. This is a global script class. This is not hiding anything. It's here because it's used, but that's not true. Okay, anyway. Anyway. What was I writing? I need to know what things need to be categorized, right? This is essentially categorization. I guess this is where this is exactly what cognition is. So I'll start writing down things that it can do. Categorize vision, which will be A player, a vehicle. It probably needs to be able to see, well, a player and vehicle are the basic things. I guess it needs to see other zombies. So it needs to be able to see other zombie. It needs to be able to the tracking zombie needs to be able to see like bodies. So I guess the tracker needs to see bodies. Spent ammo. What else can it see? I guess it can see open doors. Open doors, perhaps? So if it happens to know a building door should be closed, and it sees it's open, it's obviously going to go walk inside and check it out. Categorize vision. Categorize sound. So far I'm just thinking about essentially something that runs through through that sensory cue. So if it sees a player, it's going to say, all right, what do I know about the player? It could say, honestly, the player is probably pretty simple for now. It's just going to say, I saw the player, this is where they were. A zombie would be a bit more complex. Seeing another zombie, it's going to say, all right, well, I see another zombie, but that's not too interesting to me. Is there anything interesting the zombie is doing? If it sees a zombie attacking, that's super interesting. It wants to join that zombie, so it's going to path over to the zombie. If it sees a zombie running, it's like, okay, well, the zombie running is not too interesting on its own. Do I happen to, can I tell, I guess? Because this is the thing, I do want to have zombies that will just run around on their own. So it's going to need to say, I see the zombie running, but is it chasing something? And maybe what it does is it checks some emotion value of like aggression or something. And says like, that zombie's really aggressively running. He's running and he's aggressive. That's interesting to me. I'm going to follow that guy. That kind of stuff. Other zombie. Emotions. Categorize sound. So it needs to be able to hear player movement. It needs to be able to hear weapons firing. It needs to hear a vehicle driving, crashing, horns. It does need to hear explosions. Explosion. I mean, I guess if I just come up with the categories and this is like, you know, what the thing is going to do. It's going to say, player location data. Vehicle location data. Is the vehicle traveling somewhere? Is the player traveling somewhere? All that stuff. What other sounds are there? I don't really like the idea of zombies calling each other. I kind of would like it to be based on sight, because that gives the player an edge. If it's sound, to me that really feels like a cheap way of just saying zombies have a super secret language that instantly tells all zombies around exactly what's going on, and they instantly know everything. And that'd be really easy to implement and feel really lame, because then you can't really outsmart them. Because as soon as you get spotted by one, it's over. He goes, rah, and everyone knows exactly where you are. Right. They're smart, but they're not that smart. They respond to what they see. I would even say they lack, I might even say they just straight up lack theory of mind. They see a zombie running, they just think, I want to run with that guy. They don't think, he must be running because he's chasing something. And maybe that's as far as they go. They don't go to the point of saying, if I yell, if I shout, other zombies around me are going to look at me to figure out what's going on, and maybe they'll see and help me with the player that I've spotted. You know, maybe I say that's as far as they've gone. They are not there yet. The tracking zombie, I don't really know about that one. I see those guys as kind of like a hierarchy thing, where they're smart enough to know what's going on, and they have theory of mind. But they also think of themselves as like, they're quite selfish. They want to be the guy to get you. They don't want to go. Their goal is not for you to die. Their goal is to take you out personally. So they spot you, and they're not going to say, hey guys, let's chase this one. They're going to say, mine, and they're going to come after you. No calling, no nothing like that. I think I would even like them to be able to sneak up on you too. If they see you, and they see that you don't see them, they're going to be quiet. They're not going to go blah and then tell you, oh, he's right behind me. They're not going to shout sneak attack as they run up behind you, essentially. All right, what other sounds? No calling, no zombie calling, none of that. They don't make meaningful sounds. I think I'm gonna have them make meaningful sounds in terms of letting the player know about their awareness. So if they see you but they don't know that you're a player, they might make a short call, some kind of sound, to say like, to let the player know, yes, that zombie that I think just saw me definitely just saw me because he just made a noise. And probably just like heavy breathing. If they're coming at, if they know that you are a player, they'll be like snarling. They're gonna be running. They're gonna be breathing hard, right? So then you're sitting in a corner, you're like, I can hear him. I can hear him running. I can hear him snarling. He definitely is targeting me right now. He's totally aware that he's totally aware of my presence. He's coming after me. The short call might be like, okay, I just got seen. I hid behind a corner. I don't hear him running, but I heard him shout. Or whatever. Let's chill for a second and wait for him to lose interest, right? Because he's looking where he just saw me. So, you know, maybe you don't want to go around the corner again for a few seconds. The sound, that's probably it. They don't hear other zombies though. Probably, you know, I will say this, Tracker. Tracker is probably gonna be the only guy who can hear other zombies moving. He can hear if other zombies are running. But I think that's it. I don't think it's gonna be responsive to awareness calls that the zombies make. So if they make like a short sound because they saw you, Purely just for the player. No one else is going to hear that. Even the tracking zombie is not going to notice that. Now, maybe it's able to see the zombie and say, that zombie is definitely eyeing something right now. So maybe if they spot a zombie doing that, then they might also look in the same direction. Maybe they might even follow it too. Yeah, I'll even say that. Tracker can see he can see zombies who are inspecting. So if he sees a zombie who's become partially aware of something interesting, it'll spread to that one. Just be like, oh, okay, well, I'm also interested in the same thing this zombie was interested in. Maybe that's like a very short delay, like a half second. After it sees a zombie inspecting something, it just pretty much copies over the exact thing that that zombie was inspecting. Maybe not just that, but like the location, as well as the zombie is aware of it, or it just looks to see which way the zombie is facing and says, all right, I'm going to go that direction. I'm going to go look over there. Vision, sound. For now, I think it's all I'm going to have. Maybe I should go for a third one. Here's a good question. If you are shot, do you know where the shot came from? Can you tell? No sound, just suddenly a bullet goes through you. Do you know? I'm sure you'd feel where the pain is, but can you tell, like say it just goes through you, do you know which direction it went through you? You know, do you know which side was the entry and which side was the exit? Or would you have to look? Or would it just be so fast you actually don't know? Maybe there's a general feeling of it's probably in front of me. And if you can't deduce from that, then maybe it's, okay, it was probably behind me. There is one part of it. It is always line of sight. So if a zombie is hit, it should at least be able to know, at the moment, the player is in my line of sight, somewhere. Standing where I am, I could do a 360 and guarantee that I will see the player. I should be able to, at least. Maybe directionality comes from zombies seeing other zombies in pain. And they can deduce, looking at that zombie, to say, oh yeah, I see which way. I see the location of the hole in their body. I know where it came from, or something like that. There's, I think, a video that's been going around on YouTube that is specifically someone talking about how they had been shot. I've not watched it. There's even a thing of sound. Oh, okay. So I guess here, maybe this is it. Maybe this is the This is the hint I need. There is going to be a silencer, and it is going to be very effective. At range, of course. If you're point blank with something, it's going to hear, you can still hear it, right? But it's going to be quiet, but you can still hear it. Quiet relative to how loud a gun normally is. But you can still hear it nearby. Far away, may as well have just been totally silent. So with that, there is no directional thing to it, unless it's a blunt impact. If it's a bullet, no direction, they just know they received damage. And from then, they're just gonna have to rely on the fact that standing in place, they could 360 and maybe see. It might even be a body location thing too. A shot to the arms or the legs, the zombie might be able to narrow down to 180. Body shot, headshot, no. And I don't think I have any zombies that can survive a headshot anyway. But, you know, that's the theory. Body shot or headshot, they can't deduce. Arm or leg, they get 180. They can narrow it down to 180. So at the very least, if they're shot on the body, I think my first thought is instantly, of course, immediately aware that they've been shot, and they probably have, you know, substantially improved vision for like a couple seconds, maybe like 5 seconds or 10 seconds or something, and hearing as well. So if you're in front of them, but you're like too far away to really be noticeable, then you shoot them, now they can notice you because they're very aware of things happening now. If they don't see you in front, they will perhaps just decide, am I going to 180 or am I going to turn left or right? So it's like a 50-50. They will either turn left or turn right, 25% chance each, or a 50% chance they will turn all the way around. And then same thing again. They're very they're very aware of vision. And maybe they see you. Thinking about Metal Gear Solid 5 Phantom Pain, whenever you shoot guys with sleep darts, if it's not a headshot, they inspect the injury, and then a few seconds later, they say, I know which way I've been shot from, and then they look that way. If they have a flashlight, they're going to use a flashlight and look. One part that I think is kind of silly though, and maybe it's just maybe it's the fact that the impact is like, it just looks like a bug bite or something. Because after they do that initial inspection and then looking in the direction they were shot from, they just say, must have been the wind, and continue on like nothing ever happened. So maybe in that game, that's the reasoning behind it. It just straight up looks like a bug bite, or there's not even a anything visual on them. It's not they look and they see like a frilled needle sticking out of their leg, like, I've just been shot by something. Because they just kind of carry on like nothing happened. Damage is even typed, and I think I'll just say like blunt, bullet, explosive. So blunt will just be the melee weapon, a vehicle, bullet, obviously any kind of bullet, and then It was an explosion. Which explosive is generally just going to be like, you know, from the point of the explosion, project every part of the body you can see, and every part of the body you can see has been damaged and burned. Explosion definitely directional. You definitely know which way you got hit because that whole side of your body just hurts. Bullet, I have no clue, if you can tell. Definitely know where, and maybe you can tell if it's passed through or exited, or if it's in, if the bullet is still in. Maybe that's it. Maybe it could be, if it passes through, you have like a 180. Or I guess you have a line, so you know it either came from this way or it came from that way. You know, one of the two directions. If it does not, so maybe this is the case where it's actually the opposite of what I said. A limb shot gives them 2 directions. A body shot gives them 1 direction. Especially for like a shotgun or any kind of low speed round that's not gonna pass through. They can say, wow, my back really hurts. I don't see a hole in front of me. It's gotta be behind me. So that probably just gives them a 180 or like a 90-degree cone of inspection. A pass through on the limb is probably, like I said, just 2 directions, like probably 10 degrees that way or 15 degrees that way, 15 degrees that way. Yeah. I'll say damage direction. So explosive gets 180 degrees. Or maybe this is probably more like 90 degrees. Maybe more like 45 degrees. Blunt is probably just 20 degrees. I'm just thinking like, this probably is not necessary, but there's definitely a case here where processing is going to say, I have a direction and I have an angle. So I'll say bullet. I think bullet might be accurate to like 60 degrees. And I guess I can say plus minus 20 degrees for an exit. So if you're using a sniper and you're doing body shots, if it doesn't kill them immediately, they're either going to look forward. Well, I guess the first thing they do is, depending on the direction that they are currently facing, they choose to face the way that requires the least rotation first. So if we're shooting in the back, they're just going to be like, boom, look in front, don't see anything, turn around, look, don't see anything. Right? What else is there? I guess I could say if the player physically touches them. I'll say character collision. Maybe just object collision. I guess you can say non-damaging. A non-damaging object collision, otherwise it'll just be damage received in type. Same thing, character collision, non-damaging. What else? And these are senses, right? So, vision, sound, feel. I think I may need time of day. That's probably a good one to have. Maybe if they are outside, they can get time updates every so often. Indoors, maybe they receive time updates as simply time passing, and maybe they have like, do they need that? What do they need that for? Because I will have zombies that can enter and exit buildings on their own if they're like doing a work schedule. They're at their house. Time of day says become active, and then it says travel to your work or whatever. And then they're there. Maybe they become passive at work, so they are just a lot less aware of what's happening. They're just kind of like spacing out. And then time of day, it just says stay in there for 5 hours, and they decide to leave the building, and they maybe get a better time of day check. I don't know. Do they need that? I don't think so. I think just knowing time of day doesn't really need to be a sense either. But how's it processed, right? I guess that's the categorization. Or is that the goal? Behavior. They decide if they're doing nothing better, they run a schedule goal. But if I'm going with senses, and I probably should keep them in that order, right? They need to tag the time of day. Yeah, I'll do that. Maybe this is better. Maybe it's like this. Categorize environment. Ooh. This includes time of day. I'll just start with that. Location, where they are. I think it's all they need for now. At least for a schedule, this is what has to happen. Something needs to run, which is going to say time of day, morning, you know, roughly 6 a.m. or something. Time of day, morning, 10 a.m. Location, I'm at home. Location, outdoors, town, outdoors, lake. Yeah, let's say categorize environment, not location, but because you kind of get granular, right? You start by saying, more like an address almost. I'm at the town. I'm outside. I'm in the middle of the park. Like in the park. In town, outside, on a street next to the park. How could I do that? Maybe that's how it is. Maybe it's inside outside. Nearest landmark. And where you're, like, physically where you're standing. So that might say maybe it's like inside outside area, and area can be town, area can be forest, area can be lake, like by the lake, by a river, and then it can be I'm really trying to think how to categorize this. All right, let's say location. And you have, yeah, let's call it region, which could be like town, lake, forest, mountain, something. And then you have maybe it could even just be like shelter. I don't know. Because thinking about a schedule is more like, you know, I want to essentially tick. I want like a multi-select list. So I say, I want you to go, if I have a specific location in mind, I say, all right, we start with region. Are we somewhere at the town, the lake, a forest, a mountain? I want to say town. So I select town, and then it pops up a new thing, and it says, all right, are you inside or outside? Lake probably won't even have that, but I'll say inside. And it says, all right, you're in a building. What building is it? And then I say, all right, this building. And I say, okay, where are you in the building? Are you on the first floor? Bedroom? Lobby? Doorway? Something. How can I do all that? Because there might even be some ambiguity built into it too. What do I mean by that is something like, say I just want the zombie to run. Say I'm building up a run schedule for a zombie. I say, all right, you're going to start on the sidewalk at your house. And that's like what I plug in. Sidewalk house. And somehow it can deduce that. That's like an area, right? How does it know that? Maybe that's just too much as well. Location probably should just be an area. If I think of like a subset of bounding boxes, town would be a collection of a bunch of bounding boxes which sprawl the entire town. So it includes bounding boxes for every building, every road, street, some named, I guess like named bounding boxes. One thought of this is the radar from Counter-Strike. The name of your location is always just essentially a polygon shape that a developer drew and says if a player is standing here, this is their location. Their B site, their A site, their entry, whatever. Catwalk. Maybe that's how I do it. Location is always just a collection of bounding boxes. And maybe that's where intersections can take place. Maybe I can say sidewalk, and just say this area is a sidewalk. And then I intersect that with another location. So if I say home, the home is a bounding box that includes the sidewalk and maybe up to like half the street or something. So then it says, all right, where is sidewalk at home? I start at home and then I find intersections with sidewalk and then I pick one of those. Maybe that's how it works. Yeah, so let's say, should they be access aligned bounding boxes? I don't think they really can be. Because otherwise I have to make sure every building is rotated. Because if I have a building that's rotated for 45 degrees, suddenly I don't have that anymore. So I can't do that. So say bounding boxes? I don't really think bounding boxes though. It could be a collection of bounding boxes and then I can get a more detailed shape. So say collection of bounding of named I'll say this. Named collections of bounding boxes. Named collection of bounding regions. And this is just the intersection of everything. So I might have a node 3D that just says town and then neighborhood A. And then, or I guess not even that, just say town, neighborhood, my house, my bedroom. So if you're standing in my bedroom, your location is my bedroom of my house of a neighborhood in town. Right. Named collections of bounding regions. Location is all the collections intersecting yeah, location is just like I guess the path. Not even the path, just intersections. Location is the intersection of all regions. That's probably the right way to go. Time of day, I don't think there's anything else. Time of day, location. Yeah, it's all data tagging, right? It's taking in current sensory information and saying, updating, like, globally known things that goals can test for. So the goal to chase the player is going to need to see that player location is present and go there. Or next best thing, the last place that they saw the player. Okay. So what could this be? This is definitely like data tagging, right? So this is it's related to memory. Sense stuff is purely just meant to say, like it says, it's purely just like your eye. All the eye knows is that it sees objects. I guess like it doesn't even do categorization yet. It just says here I saw something and here's the node path for the thing that I saw. And then the processing stage is where it says, oh, that thing you saw, that's a player. Let's categorize that. I'm just thinking of like a term for this. Doesn't need to be in mind. Maybe it should be in mind. I'm thinking about how it could be extended. So it's going to be the same thing as like senses. So I'm going to have one thing that's like processing. I guess not even that. It's just going through the queue, right? The sensory queue. Is there something that takes in multiple senses at once? I think I've said that if you are seeing a player and hearing a player, the sum is like the sum is greater than the whole, whatever the phrase is. Like seeing the players +1, hearing the players +1. Both at the same time is like +4, +5. Something like that. How could I model that? How could I make that work? Maybe I don't need to make that work. Maybe this is where it's probably just like data categorization. So we go through the sensory queue and we categorize everything. And then once everything is categorized, then we maybe do a second pass that says, I have player location and I have gun sound. This is very important, right? And I'm thinking about a super generic way to construct that, which is not good. I need something very simple. I guess the idea could just be a multiplier. But since this can be ticked inconsistently, the queue can be processed inconsistently. Generally, I would like it to work so that if a zombie sees you and you're shooting the gun, or you recently shot the gun, so there's a sound, those orders can be flipped, give or take like a second, and the result should be predictable. The zombie chases you. But one of those individually maybe is not enough. Maybe it's just like a look. You know, they'll turn. But if they get both really quickly in a short period of time, that's when they immediately respond. They're running right away. I guess in that case, that's just where decision comes in. Chasing just happens if they have your location and some emotion says we're aggressive. Seeing a player +1 aggression. Hearing a gun +1 aggression. 2 aggression equals chase player. Or maybe it's more like, how many things do we have? We see the player, we heard the player. Let's call it a a multiplier maybe. Maybe it's adding up a multiplier. +1.5, +1.5. Now we have a 3 times multiplier that we apply to both events. Maybe sensory events have a deliberate lag time too. So they get processed right away, but they kind of sit there. So if you see the player and later you hear the player, those two get combined, and then you say, all right, well, I also saw them. You're processing the hearing, and you say, well, I also saw them. So now we do that multiplier adding. No. Let me think about the result. Let me try to think about it abstractly, or more kind of other way, concretely. They have a glance of the player. And there's an amount that's not even enough to respond to. But they catch a glance of the player. And then they hear a footstep. Now, the glance is considered. So from the footstep, we might deduce, all right, well, it came from like this 90-degree cone. But then it says, I heard a footstep. I also saw the player, which is a very accurate reading. So we say, all right, well, now we're interested. Let's go inspect the sight result. Let's inspect the result of the sight. It might even be in the order of like sort of disregarding it. So if both overlap, we use the higher accuracy one. If that makes sense. So how do we decide that? The other order makes a bit more sense. They hear a footstep and then they see the player. That's fine, because now we already have the best information, so we investigate based on that. But how do I make it work the other way around? Where a glance happens, not enough to respond, and then they hear you walk. Now they respond to the fact that they saw you. Or they use the information of sight to investigate. Triggered by the interest generated from the sound and the sight together. Maybe it's kind of like that. Maybe there's like decision logic where we just tag both at the same time. We just say a sight of the player, a sound of the player. Investigation goal runs. Investigation goal says, I've seen the player, I've heard the player, my interest is high enough. Of course, at that point, it knows the best information is the sight of the player, so it follows that. That's probably where it goes. Okay. So I think it is just tagging. The processing also, I think, should, I guess, have like responses to tags. So a player vision tag is going to be, I don't know, aggression, interest, curiosity, whatever. Some kind of emotion that happens that's trackable to another zombie. And then yeah. Okay, I think I think just I stick purely with tagging it, and then this stuff will kind of fall into place. The update active goal will fall into place. Investigation will be asked, hey, do you want to run? And it says, I got a glance at the player, but my interest is really low. I'm not interested in running. So it says, okay, we're not going to run you. Next tick, sound comes in. It says, all right, I've seen the player, I've heard the player. My interest is high right now because of both those things just also affect like curiosity or interest emotion. And then it says, all right, yeah, I'm definitely going to want to run now. And then it runs. And that handles both directions too. Sound comes in, interest goes up a little bit. It says, no, I don't really care still. Sight comes in, interest goes up a little bit and says, all right, now I care. I've got all three. It could even be the case where it's footstep, gunshot as well. So you hear a footstep, don't really care about that. But it's a really accurate reading. A footstep is accurate because it's quiet. It's very directional. A gunshot, maybe not so much, because of how loud and echoey it is, depending on the environment, I guess. It says footstep. No, don't really care about that. Gunshot. Okay, that's super interesting, but I also heard a footstep from overlapping directions. Let's use the footstep to investigate. So the behavior there is kind of like target selection. It says, all right, given the information I have, what's the best course? What's my best information, right? And then it can just be super generic and just say, what's the smallest angle of all of them? A footstep would have a very small angle and a very precise distance. A gunshot would have a wider angle, still maybe, not super wide, but a wider angle and less precise on distance. So it says, all right, well, obviously the footstep's better. It's way more accurate. Okay. So, tagging though. Does that go in? Does that just go back into like these? Maybe it feeds back into this. So it's not an update. Or this is probably like the sense. And then we have a categorize. It does fit together because I am just tagging data and I'm saving it here. Pilot location though is interesting. Because essentially what's going to happen is there's going to be, every single event is going to be, this could compound, right? A weapon firing could have 3 things. And maybe those have like a priority set. So they can remember the last 3 things they heard and they remember the most important things. Or I guess the most interesting things or whatever. No, most important. So that just probably means loudest gun sounds are more important. The louder they are, the more important they are. It's pretty simple for sound. Vision, it's probably just ranked in this order actually. They always want to remember where they saw. They always want to remember player sightings. Next best thing would be vehicle sightings, probably moving vehicle sightings. And then moving zombies would be next. And I guess for the tracker, they might just have a separate thing entirely. They have this additional category of looking at bodies, looking at ammo, looking at open doors, looking at other zombies who are doing something interesting. I feel like I've actually just happened to write it all down in the ideal order already. Player movement is most important. Next best thing would be weapons. Next best thing would be vehicles. Next best thing would be explosions. Because yeah, in my mind it's like, you hear an explosion, you're like, okay, well the explosion's over. I hear a vehicle, it's like, okay, a vehicle is moving. Vehicles don't just disappear immediately. They continue, they're physical things that are moving, and they might come towards me. So if I hear a vehicle and an explosion, the explosion is going to take my attention for a second, then it's going to be like, alright, well, okay, the vehicle. Is the vehicle coming towards me? Maybe that's the relation there too, in my mind. I would say, alright, well, I've heard an explosion, I hear a vehicle, the vehicle could be the thing causing the explosion to happen. So the vehicle ranks higher. And then yeah, for those tracker, if none of that's happening, they pay attention to the sounds of zombies moving. Because a zombie could be moving towards the player. Okay, so now I say I just want to categorize things. Now how do I store that? How does that really work? So player location is a tag, but what does it contain? You know, what's the data? Is it an array of locations? Is it an array of, you know, direction and distance? So then I can determine, alright, well, this is the closest I saw them. Right, this is more the structure of the memory bank. Maybe it's not. Maybe I can just go through here and say there is a processing step where, I mean, I guess so, right? Because I can just go through update, and I know a lot of the logic of the update is not going to be related to how it is saved. We're just grabbing whether or not we can see the thing and how far and what direction it is. And then at the very end, this is the part that may change. Let me call that sense. And then I can say if there's a queue of events, I guess I also need to have vision as well. So I can say if I have vision, and has, I guess not has sense event. Oh, okay. Yeah, here's the question. How do I know which one of these I want to run from here? I guess I don't. I can make the assumption that they're going to use name. It's probably not a good assumption, though. I'll be right back. I am back. Okay. Camera's still good? Mm. Alright. Yeah, how does it know? Perhaps. Maybe this is in the wrong location. Maybe it's not. If it has this, then I do. So it's not sense, it's going to be process with these settings again. Hmm. Okay, one of the things that the processing will do is maybe it's just like additional settings, right? You can see these things, and then maybe I say, like, there needs to be some kind of emotion system. Mainly just for interest. The first thing I think of is just interest. What's interesting? And how interesting is it? Seeing a player. Maybe it's like the, what is it? The multiply add system, right? You have a distance that multiplies your interest, and then you have a static add. So you say seeing a player is 5 plus the distance fall off multiplied by this value. Right? So as distance increases, the interest goes down. Yeah, right, exactly like this. Just, you know, add minus 2x. So we lose 2 interest per meter. So there's a distance where this value is just negative. Or not even negative, it just flat lines at 0. You're no longer interesting. So just as an idea, it could be like 5 minus 0.1x. Or x over 10. So I get something like this. Where after 50 meters, there's no interest. 2 meters away, there's, or I guess it'd be like 5 meters away, there's 4.5 interest. Right? It'd be a function like this. What am I thinking of? Could also be like that. So we square our distance. Maybe then I'd want to go to like it's 100. Does this ever line up on like an exact value? 20 lines up at 10. So it could be a function like this. Not really sure how this will work though. It could also be minus, this would be add. Over x. No, how does that? Is it like this? No, how does that work? Jeez, this is really hard to hit these keys correctly. I'm thinking of a tail. What gives you a tail? I guess log, but then zero's undefined. I could do x plus 1. Wait a second. This doesn't actually... Yeah, never mind. I was thinking of something dumb for a second there. I mean, shouldn't it actually just be the same as... Actually, yeah, shouldn't it just be 1 over... Why does it look like this? Yeah, I'm doing it the right way. This is just 0 and this is like... How does this work? Um, Because I want that to stretch out, but then I want this to... Oh, I think it's just one. And then this. Nope. Oh, this is like 1 over A? I want to do like a zoom. So whatever I type in the top is just like what it hits here. Right. So I guess this can just be A. So this is where it starts. And then I want to say... I want to grow it along the x-axis by another value. Okay, so I think this is it. I think it's this, is what I'm looking for. Nope. Should this be B? Yep, there we go. So now the intersection happens where I want, and this fall off happens with this line. Perfect, okay. All right. Okay. Two functions there based on A and B. Then what? I guess I did have the square. So wrong way around. Yeah, how can I make it so that 10 is the 0 point though? How can I make that happen? Yeah, what does 5 line up with 5 there? I guess that's just where 1 is. And I'm guessing I have to go to 25 to reach 10. I have to go to 20 to reach 10. Okay, what does it take to reach 15? $45 to reach 15. I don't know, am I just looking at... I am just looking at AB, actually, I think. So 1 is 5. 4 is 10. It's actually not correct. Am I doing... Oh, there we go. Alright, those points are now intersecting all the time. Awesome. Is there a way I can just make this be the same shape and it hits 0 there? I guess that would just be log, isn't it? So this can be A. And I need to multiply this. Just multiply by B. No. It's kind of close, maybe? Oh, definitely not. Well, kind of. I guess the question is how to make it 0 at that point. Alright, so if I just have... What would make this 0 at 15 with this being 3? I guess the question is where is it 0 right now? Okay, 0 is very, very far away. Times 3 right now would be this. I guess I just see. So somewhere between 4 gets me about 16. It probably would help to just look at log of x and see where it reaches. Does it reach 1? Oh, it crosses 1 at 10, of course. Or does it? Or no, it would cross it at 9. Yeah. It crosses 1 at 9. So if I know it crosses 0 at 9, it's probably gonna be like a log of that value, isn't it? To convert it to that base. That's probably what it is. So we drop by 1 here, and the point that I actually want it to intersect is at 15. So I could do log B. B is currently 3, which means I reach 4 at 2. Well, B log B. Does it do anything? I've definitely done this before. Not quite right. B log makes it so 9 becomes 2. I guess it's technically minus 1 at this point, right? Okay, first of all, I want to stretch it so that the 9 now happens at 15. Let me just start with that. Can I do this? Where 4 happens at... So now it happens at 27. This happens at 18. What would it be to make this happen at 15? Okay, so I guess I know that where it happens is A times B, right? So if I just start with 15. Where does 15 intersect me? $135. I'm honestly really confused. how these numbers are coming out. I mean, I guess I know that it's at 9, right? So I guess what I could say then is... what multiplied by 9 gives me 15? So would it just be... wait, no, what? I did that wrong. Yes, that's not right. Yes, the 2x makes it intersect at 4.5. Over 2 makes it intersect at 18. So I think of this as 2 times 9 equals 18. This is where it intersects. So if I did 2 over 9, now does it intersect at 2? Okay. This is AB over 9. So now this is 15. Okay. So this is instead 9x over AB. Okay. Then I just multiply by A. Okay. Now I have 3 functions. Wow. I think there should be a generic way to write this. So I just have the cross position, and then I can provide essentially a third factor that creates this shape. So what factor transforms this into either this one or this one? What if I thought of this a better way? What if I did A minus the square root of x? Because this is pretty much log, right? Or not really. Should be like a to the negative 2. No. What? No. A is always at the front, then we do X over B. Make it blue. So when C is equal to 1, I could think this is doing right. Okay. I've definitely done this before. So C is equal to 1 is the same as that. If C is 2, I would then have to add A under here to fit that. So this one I'm placing this is maybe telling that AB is here and here. If it's less than 2.5 is just a square root. What do I have to do? Do I have to add A here? No, I'd have to add A at the top. What gets me here? $2.81. One sec. I'll be back in a minute. Back. Alright, how long was I actually gone? I don't know. That's just it. I actually don't know. I feel like I've been gone for a while. I'm gonna replay some of these things that I missed. I think I missed a lot of these. Undercover. No, wow, I missed really good ones. Okay. Fix the window. Okay. This would be the square root of a, but that's not actually the same thing. Yeah, it's not the same thing as this line. Okay, so never mind. Yeah, because log... What's log do? What, am I thinking log A? Just for it 10.2. Oh, because B is a weird number. Let's make B 2 then. Reaches this at 4. We're at 8. 8 now. So what is it normally? 5, and then 4 happens at 4. 1 happens at 4. What does 3 happen? 3 happens at 24. Okay, so it's like... It's still on the 5s. Right. 2.5. It was 3. 3.75. So it's essentially happening one earlier. So it's be like a minus 1. I think this is just like a simple way to do this. So I want to translate 4 to be 15. So I guess it would essentially be okay, I translated to 3. I'm just looking at this. A is here too many times, right? A is just here too many times. And this would be the same as, again, just being 9 over this. I mean, let me check if that changes it at all. It does affect the shape. But looking at the height differences between these two, these should both be the same distance all the time, right? This one is closer to that line than this one is. Oh wait, here it actually is mismatched. Okay, so something is going on. And maybe it's just the fact that I'm squaring it. Oh, or maybe what it should be is actually just this line. Subtracting the other line instead. So taking the difference between the two. It's just that. Minus the difference between these two lines. It's just a crazy graph. Alright, so I need to be able to simplify this somehow, right? So this is all minus. This could then just be minus a plus this. A minus a. This term should just go away. So now it's like this. So it should be like this. A minus that. Can these be combined in any way? So I should just get one X term out of this. I don't think so. So I wonder if this is where I could include C somehow. This is transformed into 2, and this term is now added. want to see it. I think the idea is that I would have like negative and positive. So 0 would just be linear, which would become this. And then this perhaps becomes 1. And then this one is -1. And then larger values in that just are amplifications. This drops off faster. But it still reaches 0 at this determined value. I guess maybe I could write it like this. So A minus, so -1 would become this one. One needs to be only this term. 1 and greater needs to be only this term. It essentially needs to blend to it. This was 3. Okay, so this have to be 4A, and that's 3. And this is 4. Okay. So it looks like this would have to be 2 squared. Or would be yeah, makes it 2, it's just 1. Alright, let me think about this. When it's 2, y is 1. When it's 3, y is 4. When it's 4, y is 16. So it fits this. No. Or the x minus 2? Okay. Okay. So that gives me this line. That also actually makes it linear, which is interesting. Makes it linear when it's 1. So it just becomes this term. That's cool. How does it become linear? X to the 1. 4 times c, or 4 to the c minus 2. How does that work? This term, what? How does that work? 4 to the negative 1 a. How does that work? It's a linear in here. Oh, I guess it causes a to become 1. Oh, it just happens to only work in that one spot. Never mind. That's interesting. It just happened to work only there. Hey, Danilin. Really, it just happened to only work there when a is 4. Oh, because here now it doesn't quite work. Okay, so I need an extra bit here. Is this just meant to be... some AI model? What? Font? What is this? Can you tell me what you sent? Instead of sending me a link with literally no context? Please? I would appreciate it. Reference to font, you make the A neat. I don't really care though. What would this be? This is intersecting at 8. I see where it's intersecting. Because I've made A 8. And it's dropping by 1 at that point. So it's like I've made the intercept there. I've made it 9. What? Yeah, 9 it drops by... Huh? No. It's at 9, was it drop by 1? 4.5. Is that half A? I set this up when A was 5, right? No, A was 4, and that worked. I guess now what about A is 5? What does it have to be? Then it makes C equal to 3. So what does A have to be here? A has to be something less, right? No, A has to be greater. A has to be 5. Interesting. At 2, A has to be what? 1. And then 1, A has to be what? A over 5. 1. Right. Yeah, of course. At 2 we have A. At 3 we have 5A. At 4 we have to have 25A. I'm seeing it, okay. So it's actually looks like it's just C minus 1. And this will hold for all A's. A is 4. A is 3. Okay. Oh, I probably meant to be doing... No, it's just C minus 1. Now I want to figure out how I can make it so that -1 is... But -1 creates this shape now. Yeah, 0 should be like a constant, right? So C0 just means it's always 5. Some of this turns out to be this term is always equal to A at 0. C0 is 1, 1 over a -1, which just flips it to the top, so it's A. It is just A minus A. How do I do this? Is that right? Left side must be condition. Okay. It's supposed to be comma? Yeah. Alright. So in this case, I just want to do linear again, but... Yeah, that's what I wanted to happen. Okay, and then Once we start going into negatives, I'm creating this shape. Wait, is this actually just leading to the same thing? A plus CX. Yeah, this. It's not quite right. U1 minus C? Would 3 be then? It's still just minus 2. I mean, I guess I actually know how it's supposed to be traced out, right? It's supposed to just be the difference between this and the other one. So... yeah. It'll actually be this line minus the difference between this and that line. Right. Okay, but then it breaks down there. It's not correct. Wait. No, I get it. If it's just meant to be the opposite of that line, then I'm just inverting it over the x-axis, or the midway, flipping it like that. Horizontal reflection. What's wrong? What's wrong with my brain? Can I figure this out? I literally want to flip it about this point. Okay, what is it without that? This. This. Essentially, I'm imagining the white line. I guess it's reflected over the XY axis. Essentially, the first point should be essentially think of it as this being x0 and this being x15. So I can flip these 2 points around. So I guess I can think of it like changing this for y. I mean, just what happens if I just do this? Y. Yeah, it doesn't look the same, right? Let me just try this. This is like really confusing me so much. All right, so what I would like to do is I'd like to start with A, and I want to subtract the value at this point, where x is equal to 12. Which I thought was just going to be AB. Yeah, it is. What? Maybe that's -1. It's not true. G of AB is 0. Oh, A is 6 right now. Yeah, okay. I'm just stupid. A is 6 right now. For some reason. Okay. Hey, Serpent. Are you still trying to cut the sunset? No. I'm thinking about functions for... I've kind of just gone crazy a little bit, but functions for fall off, I guess. Fall off functions. And sort of just like a generic... Can I do auto right now? Yeah, like a generic fall off thing. And I'm just trying to flip this around. And it's really messing with me. Is that it? I don't think I figured it out. Dang. Okay. And then when A is less than 1, I want to do... What is it? A minus A? That just becomes 0? Minus... Nope. Why is it not correct? I guess it's actually... Oh, yeah, it is positive. Okay. So when it's less than 1, I essentially want to do 1... 1 minus C? So 0.95 would become 1.05. 'Is that 2 minus C? Cool, okay. Two minus C minus 1. 3 minus C. No. Because of the orange. Wait, 2 minus C minus 1. One minus C. No. Oh wait, yeah, I'm looking at the green line. So that's -2. There's some crazy graphs. Oh wait, no, I still want this. Just hide these. And that one. So there's 5. So 2 has a value of 375. So then that should be 125. No, this is very different. Would it just be -1 to reach that? Would it be actually 0 to reach that? Yeah. So 0 is the equivalent here. Okay, so I think what I'm really looking for is this. So 0 is just constant. And then once I go negative, so now I need -2 to be that. Though this shape is odd. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's not actually continuous there, is it? What would this look like if it was continuous? I guess it would kind of flip back. Right. Yeah. Okay. Are these always continuous? I wonder if this should be... if B should be flipped around. So that a larger value is like... maybe not. Is this an easing function? The ease function? I think I already have it. No, it's different. Well, maybe not, actually. Zero is constant, 1 is linear. This has a sharper... if I think of this as fall off, where a value of 1 is maximum fall off, and a value of 0 is the initial value. 0 and all positives still have the same value. I've kind of just made the same easing function, haven't I? It would just be a minus a times the ease function, isn't it? Yeah, okay. I mean... yeah, I should just use the ease function. So what that means is C is this control value, or the curve value, I guess. It literally says curve too. C is the curve value, 0 means constant, which actually maps to 1, which is kind of not what I'm looking for, actually. So maybe it's that... how can I do this? I guess I can just say if it's 0, then make it constant. Between 0 and... I don't know, what would it be? Wouldn't it be like the exponential slider? Is that a thing? think it's just export exponential. A floating point property with an easing editor widget. Attenuation flips the curve, which makes it more intuitive for editing attenuation properties. Positive only. Yes, I'm looking for easing. Oh, jeez. Yeah. I wasted a bit of time there. I did. That's alright though. Okay. I guess I could just have this. No, I think I'll just leave it. If vision actually, now this is strange. This does seem strange. What I'm writing here. I think this should just go in the same place, right? Sense and then process. That feels bad. My idea here is that in the future there will be an optimization where sense may not actually, won't add anything to the event queue. It could potentially add nothing to the event queue. And then process could potentially, would be given a budget. So it says, all right, you're allowed to process 5 things from the queue. Sense will do, Sense may also be given a budget. It's like, all right, you can add this many things to your queue. And then process can process so many things from its queue. This just seems dumb. So what's the mistake here? I guess the idea is that you have things that you can see, target groups. And then I would have some sort of what I was writing here. I then have a mapping function which is x is the distance and then a, b, and c are constants. And I say, all right, depending on the distance of this thing, you can modify interest or curiosity or whatever. I think I'm just doing it wrong. I think that probably is still just wrong. So why do you say process and found? Oh, because it's not. This seems different. Something seems different here. Something seems wrong. What's my mistake? It seems wrong because I still don't think that tagging is specifically related to vision. There might just be something that looks at vision and tags vision. But it's not necessarily part of vision. Maybe it's these categories. Maybe I have some sort of player awareness. And what that does is it looks for the player node. It looks for sights of the player node, sounds of the player node, and it does things with that. So it'll go through vision and hearing and do stuff with that. Or just categorize it. Yeah, so the way I'm writing it now is that sensory events are given a type in a node path. And that's what I look up. I'd retrieve... I guess I would just retrieve... This is just to stop, like, if we hit the player, we say, all right, we're gonna do some categorizing for seeing the player later. I guess you could think of this more as zombies. We check everything that we can see, and we see 50 zombies. But then processing spreads that out over... Like, I can only do one every game tick, so then over a second, or less than a second, I've categorized all 50 zombies that I just saw. Instead of doing it all up front. But then on each of those subsequent ticks, we're checking if we could possibly see another zombie, but we've already seen it and we haven't processed it yet, then we wait. We don't check to see if we can see it again, because we know we saw it before. I guess I'm just trying to figure out how this becomes a setting. Maybe I should stop thinking about that. It's not just processing, it's not vision processing vision events. Maybe it is. Does it make sense? Think of target groups. Okay, I'm thinking about like configuration. I'm also kind of thinking about in terms of UI. When I physically look at this, trying to make it look like UI. It's not right. And I'm just trying to, and I'm tagging stuff, right? Then I'm thinking this is also, is it not the same as relating to, where is it? this chart early or something where they kind of go over it. Because I want to follow their model. The way I see it, this is like what a group of 10 or so people figured out over years of effort on this, right? So I can save myself that effort by trying to model similar to what they have. It's kind of this part of it, right? What is this? Do I just like throw them into buckets or what? Like, I don't get it. What should I do? It's not clear enough. I'm in this area, right? I'm in this area. I think there's also possibly an issue of, because it is happening over time, let's say something is just like really slow and a zombie sees a player and then it checks the state of the player a second later when the player is like hiding behind a corner or something. And what if one of those things is like some decision based on think about the tracking, so some decision based on what the player is holding, or which way the player is facing. That's a better one. So let's say the player was facing them when they saw them, but then we categorize it later, like a half second later, after the player's gone behind a corner and, let's say, turned around. Probably what the response should be is to start chasing the player because they saw them. But if I say that they could sneak up on the player, now they suddenly see that the player is facing away from them, which was not the case when they first saw them. So they decide to just walk forward. They didn't decide to run forward. Then it will look like let's say the player is running. They run across a gap. And at the time they spotted them, what was really the case is the player was moving very fast and facing them. So maybe that response should be to just pick up the same speed and run to that location. Player goes around the corner, stops, and turns around by the time the processing happens. So then the zombie thinks it sees the player standing still, turned with his back to it, which was not true. So instead of immediately starting to run, it just starts to walk, as if the player is still just sitting there. And then the player leaves, and essentially it just kind of looks like the zombie should have reacted to the player, but just didn't, because by the time it got to processing, the player was standing still and turned around. And then, of course, later it sees that it no longer sees the player, so then it decides to investigate the last location, so it just kind of walks up to it. But it's not running anymore. And it should have been running the whole time. That's a problem. I guess just what that means is I should probably snapshot more information about the player. But I guess the thing is that I don't really know what I want to save. Because then what I'm going to end up doing is just tagging that the exact same way. And so the sense and the process don't really do anything different, besides just kind of wasting time adding to a queue and then pulling from the queue and then writing the same data to something else, when it could have done it all at once. Maybe a better thing that this could be instead is the grouping thing. So we obtain a list of all nodes that are potential targets. We trim that list to only nodes within a certain distance, and then we add all of those to a queue. And then those are going to be processed one by one over the next few ticks. So once we get to processing them, then that's the information tagged is exactly what it was at the time. Things that are close get sent to the top of the list, so they're checked first. There could even just be initial like FOV. I mean, I guess that's just more calling, right? We get the list. We only check nodes that are close. We only check nodes that are inner cone. Those get put to a queue, and then we start doing raycast later. Once the queue is empty, we start again. This is optimization. This isn't pure logic. What have I said? I'm getting hung up on things, probably. The sensory just says, check this node, check the node later, right? This is essentially all the culling and then checks and things like that. Maybe this part could be moved to after sense event. You know, maybe this is the part that is more expensive and needs to be checked later. Or slower over time, spread over time. Just gonna start writing. This is just too... too difficult for me to see ahead of time. So yeah, I'm just gonna say I guess I should get the array. So and I want to clear this as I process it. So yeah, okay. So I'll just say for so what happens if I say slice inclusive and exclusive if either begin or end are negative? What if I slice the last element? Inclusive. They don't have that example. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Add one to I, and why is it? Then I just do erase. I guess I can do this. If I is less than the size. Okay. So I'm gonna try to get the node. So I think I do like tree. Maybe like agent. I guess probably just get node and I can provide the path. Agent get node. Node. Yep. Hey, bigger. So I get the node. You can just say node. Be some node. And then if path is not pointing to a valid node, generates an error. Okay, so this is annoying. That it creates an error. Okay, well, what's my alternative? Get node or null. Okay, great. And then I can say if node is player, I think, then I don't know, now I can probably just say like I see player at, I don't like this. This just feels like I'm doing nothing. It at least seems like I'm doing nothing. But I guess this is a check, right? I feel like it doesn't save me time though. I see player at what would it be? This is saving to data. Data is direction and distance. So I guess what I could say is just I see player at a location. So this could be position plus EV data Sure. I feel like this doesn't really do anything. I mean, because it literally doesn't. The idea is this saves it to memory, and this should loop over and over again. How does that save time? I don't know. This... It doesn't seem right. It definitely seems wrong. Possibly the order that should be in is it creates a queue of nodes that it would like to check. And then later it does that check. And at the same time it does the check, it also does the tag. So that at the time that it checks, it's correct. It's essentially everything minus the query. I'll be back. In fact, while I'm gone, I'm actually going to get food. So I'll come back with food. 10 minutes. 15 minutes. I'm back. I've got food. This was 29 minutes. I'm gonna keep the timer going and see how long it takes me to eat as well before I actually get back to doing stuff. Yeah, I got super distracted. I got really distracted. 5 hours and I've done actually nothing. What's my problem? Like, what am I doing? I'll think about it while I eat. I think still ultimately my issue is I really don't know what I'm doing and I can't figure out what to do. I want to copy something. I want to copy somebody. I don't want to come up with this on my own. It's probably just drawing board stuff, right? Like, I just need to go to the drawing board and think about this. I have literally no idea. I say these things like, we add it to a queue, and we process the queue over time. But that's it. That's literally it. What adds to the queue? How do you know what to add to the queue? How do you know when to not add to the queue? What do you do with the, like, what does process mean? What does that mean? Maybe if I start, the beginning and the end I think are pretty simple. All right, I have a good grasp on that. The beginning is this. You do a ray cast to see if you see it, so then you see it. And then the end is, do I know the player's location? Let's chase them. The middle part is, how do I go from that to what the behavior will use, which is the player location? How do I get there? I don't know that part. And maybe it's just that it's so simple that I write it and I'm like, this just doesn't seem right. Shouldn't it be more complicated? Maybe the complexity comes later. All right, I'll be back. I'm back. 41 minutes. Okay. This just like, I don't like this. It seems so incorrect. Super incorrect. All right. thing that I don't like about this is what I described earlier, where if something busy is happening, like this zombie sees the player plus 10 other zombies. What's to stop it from checking the 10 zombies and then a full second later, after it's checked all those, just somehow this is how it's spread out. It checks the player a second later. Let's also say this is the only zombie that sees the player too. And the player's looking at this one. So this is like a really important zombie. How do I decide that this zombie needs to process? Let's also say that the list happens to contain every zombie and then the player last. Can I avoid that situation? Or can I make it so that it checks the player first? Or can I make it so that this zombie just gets to process its whole list right away? Those are all ways that it could be solved. But ideally, the way that I'm structuring this should make it so that that is an easy answer. And it's not an easy answer. It should be that there's one really obvious solution that's the best, and there's not. The best one would be to sort the list. The best one would be to have the instead of appending them, I prepend them. Or I append and I remove from the end, right? So the last one to process, the last one to be seen as the first one processed. That'd be like a stack, right? I would have to sort it. I would have to say, all right, I've seen a bunch of zombies, but here's the thing. The vision also doesn't know what they are. The vision doesn't categorize here. The only category it gets is a group name. That doesn't tell it anything about the actual node. Maybe it could order it by the group name then. Optimization should be easy to add. They shouldn't require changing the whole structure of it. I think fundamentally this is the problem. We can see it, but not ask any questions about what we saw until much later. That's an issue. We need to ask questions about what we saw when we saw it. I can't rewind. Which means I really have to process it as quickly as I can. Particularly a player. A player needs to be processed same tick. We ask the questions when we see it. That's not an easy answer. An easy thing to... There's not an obvious answer. There's not a structure answer where it's like, oh, well, we already have that. It's already... The data's already there. Maybe I just live with that. maybe I just live with the fact that I'm not going to categorize anything until potentially later. And that's just how it's going to be. And maybe I have a limit. Maybe I have a limit. Maybe I say, my list can contain, I can add to my list as many things as I'm going to, no more than how many things I'm going to pull from the list. Which just kind of like combines the two together. Which just means my budget is, I can process 3 nodes right now, and the first 3 nodes that I see are the first 3 that get processed. Second. I'm back. I'm back. This sucks. I really, really hate this. It's just, I'm stupid. That's all it is. I'm somehow dumb. What do you think about this? Alright. So, step 1. Yeah. Let's go through here. All right. Process. Step 1. I'm going to expand on this as I go. We tick each sense. Or I guess we say, do world perceptions. Maybe more like active world perceptions. So Yeah, let me do this. Let me do process passive process event driven senses. I literally don't know. I literally don't know. I hate it so much. I literally don't know where to start. What? Okay, once you get a question, try to answer it by fitting it in somewhere, okay? So I'm gonna start super simple. Check vision. So what this means is okay. So what check vision means is I will test line of sight to any target groups within the within field of view. Okay? Test line of sight to any target groups within field of view. That's like really high level, right? Okay. I'm just gonna run through. Yeah, I'm just gonna try to write this out as if I'm doing pseudocode or something. I don't know. Like, how many times do I gotta write this before, like, it fits in my head? I don't know. It's making me mad. I feel so stupid. Check vision. Test line of sight to any target groups within field of view. Okay. Now what do I do with that information? What do I do with that? I say... like, this is just so linear. I hate it so much because I need to think about this in terms of settings. It can't all be code. It has to be high level. So, like, but then some of it's not, right? There's always a concept of who the player is, or a player location, right? That's always a thing. Then maybe if I think about it in terms of, you know, multiplayer. What if there are 2 players? What does that mean? Do they keep track of 2 players? Is there a single tag that says player location and it flips between 2 different locations because they see one player one frame, the next frame they see a different player. So they're always thinking, the player's over here. No, it's over there. No, it's over there, right? So that's not good. That's no good. That's no good. So it needs to be a model in terms of node paths. So we have a node path, and then I say, what is this? Maybe that's where the tagging comes from. The node path, this is a player. They're over here. They're doing this. They have this much health, whatever. Node path number 2, they're a player. They're over here. This is what they're doing. Right? Another question is, how do I work in sound? What is that, right? Now I'm getting too complicated. And now I'm getting too complicated. Because now if I hear a sound, I don't associate with a player. I just know where it came from. And then say, all right, well, what if it's near something? Okay, so then we say, oh, this sound must have been generated by this node that I can see. Or I don't know. Like, that's the problem. And maybe that's just the right way to go about it. Because that is, like, you know, the proper line of reasoning. You hear sound, you see something that made sound, that made the sound. Because otherwise you just don't have the association. If you don't see it, you don't know where the sound came from. You don't know what made the sound. And I'm just losing focus too. Straight up losing focus. Tag visible node with tag visible node. So this is like, if it is a player, it gets the player tag. Sure, right? It's a player, gets the player tag. So then I think what I do is I keep track of targets. I say, this is now something I want to remember and think about. Okay, so I'm gonna say, put all player tagged. What? Put all player tagged nodes. I literally don't know what I'm doing. I'm just writing. Like, maybe something will pop out. Put all player tag nodes in a target memory. Target memory. Like, what the hell does that mean? I don't know. I literally don't know. This is where I get lost. Because there's no code here. There's no... What am I trying to say? It's not like I'm saying, I want the sky to look like this. It's not like I'm saying, I need the weapon to aim in this direction. Right? This is like pure abstraction. It literally does nothing on its own. It exists as intermediate data to be used by something else. Okay, so I think I said it earlier. I know the start, I know the end. The middle is super fuzzy and I can't figure it out. I can't get it into my mind. I cannot model this in my head and understand it. Best thing, I don't know what it looks like and I don't understand it. I can't come up with what it looks like, and when I start coming up with something, I don't understand it immediately. I don't know my issues. Like, what? Like, I hate this. What? I don't know what this means. Like, I literally don't know what this means. I'm just literally gonna say question mark because I don't know. Iterate behavior. Like, I don't know what this means either. What does that mean? It's iterating the behavior tree. What is this? It's making me so mad. I wish I know. I just wish I know. Iterate behavior tree. I don't know. Then I don't know. Something happens, and I run a goal. I just run a goal. Run a goal. I don't know what that means. Like select behavior or select goal. Select the goal. Right. I don't know what that means. Something is in here. Iterate behavior tree. I don't know what that means. Select the goal. I don't know what that means. I guess it should say chase goal. If there is a visible player, if there's a visible player, call it a target. And here's the other thing. Why is target selection before behavior? What do you mean, target selection? Who are you, like, literally who are you selecting? Let's say you have two things you want to do. A, you want to shoot enemy. 2, you want to follow a zombie. How do you select which one of those you do? Here's the thing. You want to shoot you don't even know you want to shoot them yet. You just say enemy friendly. Like, super simple. Who is more relevant? I don't know. I literally have no idea how you can model that. Given literally only the information that there's an enemy and there is a friendly, what do I do? Who is more important? What if the enemy is on the side of the map? I don't care about the enemy over there. What if I have a friendly who's standing right next to me and they, I don't know, they're just totally thinking about something not my game, a different game. My friendly's right next to me and they need to be revived. And there's an enemy on the side of the map and I can't even see them anymore, but I know they're there. Okay, I revive my friend. Target selection. At what point does the enemy become more important than my friend to act on? How do you model that? I don't think there's such thing as a distance. There's not just a distance function. I don't see. All right, he's far enough away. I'm gonna pick it. No, I'm like, I don't even know how I decide that. Like, there's just so many factors that go into it. Am I near cover? Do I need to reload? Do I have the bullets for this? Are there more than one of them? Right? Is it going to be better for me to shoot this guy now or hide, pick up my friend, and then we're 2 versus 5 instead of 1 versus 5 or something? Like, there's a lot of questions to ask. I have to ask what could I do before I can ask who do I select, right? I don't know. It makes me mad. It makes me mad. This is like very unclear, and honestly, this seems backwards. Target selection is like this included into here. That doesn't make sense. What am I missing? I feel like this isn't so beyond my capability that I should be spending 6 hours now, well, -1 for being gone and eating, 4 hours, or actually more like 5 hours, to do nothing but ramble and think and get more frustrated. How am I not making any progress? It's because I just don't know, and I can't figure it out. I don't know what to do. I don't want to make something up either. I don't just want to start rambling, coming up with the process and saying, oh, well, here's a question that throws a wrench into the entire thing. Do I start over? Do I try to, solve the wrench? Just stuck. I'm actually just so stuck. And I can't just keep getting up and saying, all right, I thought about it for 30 minutes and I got nowhere. Let me go take a 30-minute break. All right, come back. 30 minutes. I get nowhere again. This just keeps happening over and over. There's like a physical wall that I cannot push past. It's like it's genuinely exhausting. Thinking takes actual energy, and I'm thinking a lot and I'm getting no answers. Like, the biggest difference I've made so far is that I was going to put possibly relevant nodes into a list and then process it later. And the immediate problem is, well, now I'm asking questions about a node potentially long after I saw it. And the whole setup here is that this is timeless. This does not have a time yet. This is just in a queue. It's like, hey, you saw something. There's still priority stuff too. It's like, whenever I see a player, what's a player? I don't know. But every time I see a player, I want to see it right away. I don't care how many zombies are standing behind the player. I see the player. There could be 1,000 zombies, and no matter what, I'm checking the player first right away, no matter what. If I have one entity before me that I can test for anything, I am testing the player. Which means I have to test every entity until I find a player, and then I process the player. That part's actually just not good. I don't like that. I don't like that there could be 100 zombies in my field of view, plus one player, and I have to check 101 things to find the player. I mean, I guess the benefit is that, when you see it, I have the node path, so then maybe I just check that first. And why am I getting stuck on that too? Why? Why? That's the wrong thing. That's the wrong thing. That's the wrong thing. I'm not supposed to be thinking about that right now. I am going in so many circles. My logic is circular. I can't answer any question because there's too many questions to answer. It's like in the process of answering one question, I'm like, all right, well, before I can answer this question, it's like, I have question C. Before I can answer question C, I need to answer B and A. Before I can answer A, I need to answer B. Before I can answer B, I need to answer A and C. It's like, that's what's going on. I can't start to untangle it. I can't start. There's no linear path here. It's iterative, it's recursive. There's nowhere to start. And when you're dealing with recursion, right, the start is the end. And then I should work backwards, right? I should work backwards. Maybe that's it. I literally have to force myself to go backwards, which really sucks. Because going backwards means I don't see anything happen until I go from the end to the start. And then I can see if it even works. And who knows, by the time I get to the start, I realize, oh, wait a second. I made the wrong assumption about the end that changed the end, which means I get to start over again. Like, this should be waterfall, okay? I know I know I have the whole list. The question is, how can I make the zombie chase me? The answer starts by saying, it needs to see you. It needs to see you. And then it paths to you. You know, just that's really simple, right? I can literally just write it, hard code it in. Find the player node, raycast. If yes, or if there's no hit, which means I can have line of sight to the player, grab the player's position and do nav agent to the position. Like, that part is super straightforward. But I've got to make it abstract. I've got to make it parameterizable. I need to add stuff so that they don't chase you forever. They can't see you from across the map. They will look at you for, like, all this stuff. And what's going to happen if I do it that way is I'm going to end up with spaghetti. And it's going to be bad. And I'm going to have to refactor constantly. And pretty much no matter what, it's always going to be bad. Because the starting point was always hard-coded and incorrect. Right, there's no, like, you know, starting and getting closer to the ideal solution over time. That's not a thing. At least it doesn't seem like that's the case here. I have to start as close as possible to the right thing immediately. And then I improve that. It's impossible. This is impossible for me. I can't do it. Okay. I think for my own sake, I need to stop the stream. And this problem needs to be solved slower and less active. Like I literally would have to like lay down, think for 30 minutes, and then write down 2 sentences and see if they sound correct. Like that's I think at the point that I'm at. It's just too much. I can't figure it out. All this stuff is great. Manager, oh, I love it. Go implement it. What the hell? No, I don't know what this means. This is useless to me. What do you mean target selection? What do you mean perception and knowledge model? What is that? This is the behavior tree. This part made the most sense because he went really, you know, deep into it and like, you know, this is what it means. Impulses. Metadata. This is insane, by the way. This is stupid. Don't do this. The event system inserts something into a list. Like you can't, that's just not correct. Don't insert things into lists. It's got to be faster just to check it. This is behavior memory, right? This is all behavior stuff. Yeah. That's gonna be it for today. I'm totally stuck. I see now why it's taking me like 10 from 6 to 18 with 0 progress because I can't figure it out. And I think the problem, honestly, is that I sit here and I stream it. That might actually be a problem. I can't just think about it. All right. I'll be back tomorrow. Goodbye.